Welcome to the dungeon, which is a tout-free zone. I'm not here to give you a push on any horse. I'm going to break the races down, which I did for a long time, was pretty popular at when I worked the Mountaineer feed. We're here to exchange ideas and learn from each other, and I'm here for a second opinion. Hopefully, also to supply some local knowledge. No rain today, but had a lot of it yesterday, just a ton of it. So I'm out near off turf again, and the main track is good. I've got a banner up there as to how the surface played last night. It was sloppy and sealed, and inner trips were compromised. And it seemed like aggressive moves, horses that were 1-2 by the time they straightened away for home. Maybe the pre-stretch call had the best of it. No question about that. And I wonder if my signal is going out there because I don't see any comments, which normally I would. So I kind of wonder what's up with this. Do I have to reboot here? Because normally the comments are just waiting for me. Yeah, there we go. Here we come with some comments. Okay. I'm going to try something a little bit different tonight. When I look down at my past performances, if I don't encase them in plastic, which I took a lot of trouble to do, just a little behind the scenes look here at my basement studio and how I operate, then you can hear the rattling of the papers like gunshots. So I encase them in plastic. And at that point, the light shines down and I can't see them. So what I think I'm going to do is pull the past performances up on my computer, which is off to the side here tonight. And hopefully I won't be too rude and not addressing the camera. I think I can manage to look at them and look back at you guys. It won't be any worse than looking at the top of my head when I looked out at the past performances, correct? I always thought it was so cool when guys do what I did for so long and have a laptop open. It just seems important, like they're up on all the breaking events and the breaking news and consulting all kinds of information and statistics. I never did that. For one thing, I don't think we had Wi-Fi in the Mountaineer studio. I do have a computer in here, but I mainly use it to print out my past performances. I handicap from Formulator off the computer and then print up the hard copies. And again, encase them in plastic. Just 4 horses in the first race, I think. Yeah, 4. Oh, man, what a bummer. This was never scheduled to be on the grass anyways. By the way, business seems to be picking up here in the dungeon. We have shot past 300 subscribers. And I think yesterday's show, which was kind of a run-of-the-mill Tuesday, an off-turf Tuesday. You heard of Taco Tuesday. What about off-turf Tuesday? I think it's taken almost 500 views or something like that. So maybe we're gaining some momentum here. And I see in the comments now where some familiar faces are popping up. I'm kind of bummed at the scratches here because I wanted Silva to run that thing on the outside to take some play because I love the Godsey horse in there, Big Fuzz. But with this race scratched to pieces, and there's no excuse, no reason for this because this race was never slated for turf. You can't fault Mountaineer management or the stewards or the racing office when an off-turf race gets riddled with scratches. This is a different situation, though. And one of these nights, I'm going to get into it. Somebody's going to have to slow their Mustangs down a little bit, the horsemen who just have the run of the place and do absolutely what they want at the entry box. I'm just going to be blunt about that. I've given them a lot of grace on this for a long time. But there has to be some intention to run when you put an entry in. There just has to be some commitment to run. Okay, 5.5 for the first race, maiden 4,000s. And I think the Big Fuzz, number 3, just jumps off the page. I don't think the Silva that's going to stay in the race, Crime Lord, has any chance to beat number 3, Big Fuzz. And Crime Lord opened as the favorite. When I checked out the tote just a minute or two ago, he's not going to be the favorite. Big Fuzz is going to be 1-5 here. That's what's going to happen. I can tell you the way this cookie's going to crumble. Big Fuzz showed good speed to lead 6 furlongs worth at a route race at Churchill Downs on June the 18th, and DRF deemed that race closer friendly. So maybe there was some other speed in there to boot. And I've got no beef with any sprinter that can lead 6 furlongs worth in a route race. That's just about all they're supposed to do if they don't have the route stamina or aptitude. So Big Fuzz cuts back in distance then and gets topped in another closer friendly race. Now, isn't there some huge run up to the first breaker beam going 6 furlongs at Churchill, and you see 21 and change all the time? So not necessarily the fastest of raw fractions there, that 22 and 1. But I looked up the horse that topped Big Fuzz, and that was the winner who was a short price. And that horse had big speed, extremely rapid enough to warrant an Equibase early number of like 114 or 115. So Big Fuzz was in big deep last time with the big speed that won the race and not such a big price. It looks like this is Big Fuzz's race just to take right to the house. And Marshall Godsey will drop him down for sure to where they can win. Who's the thing that he ran? Bonita Vita or something like that to win by like 10 and it made him a $4,000 race coming from the bigs. And it maybe flashed a little bit of speed. He didn't care and ended up losing the horse to the box too. Bonita Vita, I think, whipped off 4 wins in a row, a couple of them for Godsey by these huge margins, like 50 total lengths running through the conditions here. This might be the next Bonita Vita, really, Big Fuzz. Because you come here and that Churchill Downs speed can take you a long way. And really, there is no other speed in this race. Popney on the inside, but 23 and 2 to the first call, 6 furlongs at Mountaineer. That is dawdling there on June the 2nd. I don't think that's going to carry the day here. Was not impressed with the horse's only good effort. You're not supposed to lose by 7.5 lengths when you finally get the best trip in horse racing. And that's a relatively clear lead with nobody else in his field division. There was a length clear at first and second call. And Go Big, a 30-1 morning line there, lost both races by 27 lengths of pop. So I guess that's what his speed is. Burton Sip maybe should have won the opener yesterday, which would have been his first score in a long time, obviously, as he had somebody advancing up the rail. And the horse was at a little bit tight and deep stretcher. Might have gotten up to win. Go Big, I don't see moving very fast up any kind of rail in here. The rail was not good yesterday anyways. And again, I have the banner up there to indicate it, although the track condition has changed tonight because it was dry today, but it wasn't sunny or warm enough for the surface to draw out to the stage of being considered fast. Crime Lord on the outside. Crime Lord. Just one look was all it took for me to dismiss Crime Lord. First time over the track, gets trounced in what was a slow race, won by 9 1/4 lengths. So when you get trounced by a horse that runs slow, at all calls to do it, I don't like you coming back. And Crime Lord has not done a whole lot since. A couple of distant placings and then finished 4th there. Did Crime Lord on August the 10th and runs back here in just 2 days. Is Crime Lord actually not scratched here? Yeah, this horse just ran a couple of days ago. And Crime Lord is 1-2 here. Yeah, it's not going to stay that way. Silva excels on running them back on short rest, but this is not short rest. This is give the horse a drink of water and lead him right back over there. Crime Lord obviously was entered for this a long time before he went to the post there on August the 10th. I'm not saying that wasn't a full-out effort there. Forever Valiant, I thought, looked really good in that race, and he did wire it. I'm looking at the odds here, and I'm wondering, do we even have the right field? Oh, it's going to change. There's an incredible tote correction coming here. You see where the jocks are in the paddock there. On a sloppy track that wear like 6 pairs of goggles. Not so much on a good track, maybe a couple. I can't believe Popney is 7-2 and Crime Lord's the favorite at 3-5. Do not be fooled. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. The great and powerful CAW has not spoken yet in the win pool. And I'm going to cry at what happens to the price here on Big Fuzz. Looking ahead to the second race here, that's a 440. The races the Mountaineers become perhaps best known for. And you see the same familiar faces. Can She Scoot? Miss Knuckles. Determined Love. Determined Love beats him every time, no matter what the trip it seems like. Although this could be a little interesting because Determined Love was outfooted about 3 lengths worth through the early stages last time. Just did not accelerate right out of the gate. And if there's more of the same from her tonight, she could get sandwiched. She could get the old sandwich play run on her right out of the gate. And they're between Can She Scoot and Miss Knuckles, who can both leave there, which might make things a little bit dicey at what's going to be a very short price on Determined Love in race number 2. So I'm not going to point to a 3-2 daily double combination and say punch it to infinity because I'm not all that certain of Determined Love, who I think is only a one-time loser at the 440, like 10 for 11 or something at this distance, or 9 for 10, something like that. So I'm going to try to glance back and forth between the computer screen and the camera. When you begin to do live TV, you're taught with a partner like I had, you're taught it's a three-way conversation. And I never had any training to do television. I just see the camera go on and I talk. But you refer to your partner, have a conversation, and then the third party in the conversation is you, the camera guys. I did learn very quickly to speak to a camera as if it's the best friend I ever had, who was listening with rapt attention to every syllable that I utter. That's the proper mindset when you do television on camera. Please, Jesus, let the 6 horse remain chalked over the 3. Can't happen, won't happen. Back after the race. Just for full disclosure, guys, because it's not a tout show, but you're going to know my thinking on a race. If I hate a horse, you're going to know. If I'm lukewarm about a horse, you're going to know that too. If I love a horse, ditto. And I just made a rather sizable bet on number 3, Big Fuzz. Any horse can lose. And if Big Fuzz loses, I'll take my medicine. Did not bet daily doubles because I just don't have an ironclad opinion on race number 2 there. Not so eager to stand against Determined Love or to put money on Determined Love. if you do bet Big Fuzz and Big Fuzz scores, prepare to gnash your teeth and complain to the gods of racing and to the high heavens about what's going to happen to the price here, probably during the running itself. I got a chuckle at my man Steve Majewski's sentiment there. You know what? I feel you, man, because I have never been accused of underanalyzing anything. So sometimes I tend to overthink things too. But that was a bad time to overthink anything. It was just so obvious. Didn't we see this same movie a couple of months ago with a horse named Bonita Vita, who I'm pretty sure had shown speed at a big Kentucky track, came here, gets jammed down to $4,000. So Marshall Godsey can pad his ostentatious win record just a little bit more, and then goes on to run through the conditions by like 55 kabillion total lengths. Big Fuzz looked in jeopardy, a lower turn when the 6 horse comes flying. And you know what? To watch the race, now I'm regretful because I bet a couple of hundred on Big Fuzz, even though I knew what was going to happen to the price, because I consider the horse just an impregnable chalk there, Big Fuzz. But you should have punched an exacta, a 3 and 6, and at least turn Big Fuzz. I was so sure he would go 1 to 5 there that I should have bet an exacta and turned him into what, a 3 to 5 shot plus the extra 20 cents there? Yeah, because if you think Big Fuzz had very little chance to lose to Crime Lord, what are the chances that Crime Lord's going to lose to Popney or Go Big, who may not be a thoroughbred? Popney's going to chase the swifter Big Fuzz, and Go Big, again, not even a thoroughbred. Plus, Crime Lord is going to trip cleanly, is the field's strongest finisher, which partners nicely with a prohibitively priced chalk, who you figure to go gate to wire. And that was a better part of the track last night, too, where Crime Lord was at out there. So, regrets that I didn't take the $200 and just pound the straight exacta there, because what else was it going to run, really? Scintillating action from the place the action peaks, huh? Second race is a 440, and I'd hate to even guess what the 3 and 2 Taylor Double's going to return here. Not much. Not much at all, I would have to say. We've at least got 4, 5, 6, 7 going to the post in here. And sometimes, even when there's a horse to fear, opposing trainers will enter anyways because they have no choice in a lot of instances, because these horses have outlived their usefulness at any kind of conventional racing distance, even 4.5 furlongs or 5/8 years ago. In some instances, like with a Canchi Scoot or a Miss Knuckles. So what are they going to do? This is the only game in town, baby. They have to come back every week and take their lumps again against Determined Love, or every couple of weeks or whatever. This race is an open 7,500, just for the record. And in case you're new to the mountain sport, it's one straight shot out of the chute that comes onto the racetrack, out of the quarter-mile chute, what they call it. And there is no run up there. It's all scrunched. So you look at the clocking on a race like this, and it's suspiciously slow. It's a lot slower than the same horses would go in, say, a 6 furlong race. So you can't go by the raw times here to compare their quickness to normal thoroughbred quickness for a field like this. We used to write this race differently. And again, I'm waxing nostalgic. Yeah. Back when I was a kid, we walked to school in bare feet over broken glass and 10 feet of snow. And I'm not doing that, but we had a different philosophy on this race when Joe the Cat Norcavish, the greatest racing secretary and hands down greatest official, stewards included, in the history of the facility, and they opened in 1951. When Joe and I, when our big brainstorm was to institute these races, the 440s, which may not endear me to a lot of the players out there, we wanted to make it a star creating vehicle. So we made them open starters. A horse that run for any claiming price could go. We made them name your own claiming price and be weighted accordingly. So we would have horses that had become superstars at the 440, like Phone My Posse again, Cutting Edge Tech, and Hunter's Elena. They'd be in for like $35,000 and maybe get claimed, because if they were getting paid by the hour, these horses had some lucrative careers, believe me. And since they couldn't be claimed, it was kind of a take on all comers thing. But then the local horsemen, and I get this, I understand it, got tired of watching horsemen like Kevin Patterson take the money back to Charlestown with his omnipotent speeds. Phone My Posse again, I think made the lead. And this has got to be a world record in like 41 of 42 thoroughbred races at one streak on his form. And Cutting Edge Tech, believe me, was quicker than he was. Both Kevin Patterson projects, the king of speed, Kevin Patterson, who also upended Frank Passero's seemingly unassailable North American record for consecutive winners saddled. But those horses became household names. They became bridge jumping phenomenons back when men were men and you could still get down as much as you wanted. And I've never been a bridge jumper. That's not how I roll. But back then it was really popular, and you could still get down without your betting service or wherever you would go to get the money down, threatening to murder you in the parking lot or just banning you forever from polite society. And you could still get down. And we looked at this race differently, and you get a buzz all across the thoroughbred landscape when you look at an overnight. And Cutting Edge Tech was in, or From My Posse again, or Hunter's Elena, or probably a couple of more there too. But this is different. This is more of a refuge here, like a halfway house for cheap horses that can no longer run 4.5 or 5 furlongs. And because of the cheap claiming prices, they're shielded from any notion that connections of faster, classier horses might have of turning them into 440 creatures, because the claiming price is prohibitive of that. So you get a Determined Love, who I think has only lost one time from like 9 or 10 tries, maybe more, at the 440, who's going to be what, 2 to 5 again, something like that. I think that Miss Knuckles may have lost a step or two. She was pretty formidable in her own right when she first took up the 440 trade. Miss Knuckles, she's consistent anyways. She breaks well, runs straight, and runs hard, does Miss Knuckles. By the way, I thought that first race winner looked athletic enough, switched leads on cue, and was striding out nicely coming out of the wire. And before you discount Big Fuzz next time, which conventional reasoning says you should, because there was literally nobody at the top there and very little coming at him around that far turn, I thought he looked athletic in motion. And remember the precedent set by perfect profile match, Bonita Vita, out of the same barn. And Bonita Vita did come back to win 3 more after that. So I wouldn't be surprised to see more of the same from Big Fuzz. Yeah, Miss Knuckles is tough at this distance, but she's really beatable. She's been defeated like 6 times in a row. She used to win a lot of the time in these, but now settles for a piece, it seems like. Can she scoot? Jumps up about once, twice a year when it's her turn to win the 440. The only way she can do that, she's pretty quick out of the gate. If she gets to jump a couple of lengths worth to the 16th pole in races like this, or maybe until you come across that chute, then she's got a chance to fight it out to the finish. Can she scoot? My big concern with Determined Love would be, is she going to get sandwiched here between Can She Scoot and Miss Knuckles? Maybe they both are a little quicker for the first 100 yards, the first 150 yards of this race. In fact, Determined Love last time closed about 3.5 lengths on him from mid-stretch to the finish. And I've seen her do that before, too, get out-footed from the get-go. She's also got another little trick, which I don't know if it should give you pause, really. But if she's going to be some silly short price like Big Fuzz was, or something to think about, she sometimes breaks outward, which could be career liability in a 440. And if I'm dreaming up reasons to go against her, I don't know what it is about this horse, but I'm always trying to get her beat. And always trying to dig into the minutia of how quick she comes away and which direction she breaks as opposed to the horse next to her. Is there a chance she gets a sandwich job put on her? Because if you get cut off out of the gate or crossed over on at the 440, it's over. Your race is just over. So sometimes, and I was never a good greyhound handicapper at all. I was the worst in the world. I tried to handicap them like they were little horses when we were moonlight at the dog races. When Ratner was running afternoons in the winter, we'd go to the dogs at night just for more action. You know, we get a carload of guys, go down there and keep firing on a game we knew nothing about. And my fatal failing was I tried to handicap greyhounds like they were little race horses, like they were little horses with the same running styles, with the same form cycles. And man, did they eat my lunch down there. So when I still watch these 440s, and I think it's fair to say I'm considered something of an authority on the 440s, I'm tempted to use some dog wisdom. Like I've known professional dog handicappers will get a chart of which direction dogs break in and which way they veer coming out of the gate and draw arrows in this direction and that direction and every direction and try to figure who's going to get a clean trip and a clean break, guys. Does that make any sense? Back in a minute. Yeah, I'm all for snacks, for sure. Yeah, she's the fastest horse when she has top speed by far. Determined Love. So if they don't outfoot her and put her in tight between horses, then this is another fait accompli, I'm sure. She's with Dave Treehorn too, and she hasn't exactly gained a step since she flipped over to Treehorn, but she hasn't lost a step either. It doesn't look like to me. Determined Love, but I don't think she's a cinch either, you know? I am hesitant to bet against a horse who's got the best top speed and a 440 and a horse that always manages to work out some kind of a trip. But if I want to do a deep dive here, I think she's been fortunate to get some good trips when she didn't accelerate quite as quickly coming out of the gate as some of her 440 compatriots. So I'm kind of between a rock and a hard place here in no man's land. I don't want to bet against the fastest horse, but I'm not going to bet on her either because I thought if she even holds 4 to 5, she was what? What was the price last time? 30 cents on the dollar? So she was 1.5 to 5 last time and 3 to 5 the time before. And again, gets the same cast and crew back to theoretically beat up on again. And those are somewhat decisive margins too. You win by half length, you win by 3/4 of a length. Might not sound like a lot, but at the 440, it can be decisive whippings for the foes. What about number 6, Dolce Veloce? Dolce Veloce. And believe it or not, Mo Touring took early play here in his single odds up there on the board. This kind of form, all the speed in longer races, and hasn't had the lead since 2022. They're trying to get this horse sharpened and tightened up, and no clue at all. This horse might even have the 440 speed. I don't like her even a little bit. Dolce Veloce showed some 21 and changes. And one of my criteria when horses try the 440 for the first time, I want to see a horse that is shaded 22 to the first quarter mile call and a configuration that incorporates some turn to that first call. And she fits that bill and used to be pretty rapid at Charleston. I would not normally expect this horse to improve her speed on the flip from Ronnie Brown to Melinda Sanders, but Dolce Veloce was right there at the finish last time. And might be something to think about here. Although she's not exactly any big value either out there at 5 to 1. Dolce Veloce. And 4 to 5 now. On number 3, Determined Love. And you just don't see bridge jumping anymore. Not respectable big boy bridge jumping, huh? Let's check out the show pool here. Yeah, just 2,300 in the show pool. 1,300 of it on Determined Love. And 4,700 in the win pool on Determined Love. So show betting has gone the way of the dodo bird. Seems like, doesn't it? No biggie to me, because I've never been a show better. I used to get consulted, though, by some big bridge jumpers. And I used to kind of adopt the philosophy of the Nazi war criminal and Marathon Man, who would say to Dustin Hoffman, is it safe? Is it safe? Is it safe yet? Great movie, too, with Roy Scheider from Jaws. And I would tell them whether it was safe and try to explain to them that the key to successful bridge jumping is not to recognize innate superiority, because I can teach a 3-year-old to do that in about 5 minutes, but to recognize potential pitfalls and step around them. That's the key to successful bridge jumping, because you got to be right 10 times out of 11 to break even. And Mountaineer used to be a bastion of bridge jumping because it's one of the jurisdictions that pays 10%, whereas a lot of the others only pay 5%. What was the guy's name? Oh, man, he's considered the greatest actor ever, maybe, who played the Nazi and Marathon Man. The dentist, Zell. And he kept asking, is it safe? Is it safe? I'm not sure this is safe, nor is it a horse that I necessarily want to bet against. So back afterwards. Sir Laurence Olivier. I was drawing a blank. Sir Laurence Olivier, Wuthering Heights, right? Narrow margins could be decisive, deceptively decisive at the distance of the 440. That was not, though. What it was maybe the most exciting finish of the season. Darn near a three-way dead heat. Only 22 seconds worth of scintillating thoroughbred action there, though. And the race a little bit tainted when the one horse, who could have added an element of quickness to that, seemed to have her head turned at the break there, maybe towards the handler. At the same instant, the latch was sprung there, so she didn't get to compete there. Can she scoot? The difference to me was riders. If you look at the Batista there and Determined Love, I know she's the fastest horse in there, and she's now officially 10 for 11 at the 2 furlong distance, which is incredible when you think about it. But I think Batista outrode the other two guys a little bit. Not to knock them, they both rode well in the race, Barrios and Kevin Gonzalez. But watch Batista, how he changed his riding style 3 times in the course of that race. First, he gets her away well, which is no mean feat, because Determined Love likes to break rightward, to break outward a little bit. And then he's throwing the crosses at her to get her into the game, and then resorts to the whip at about mid-stretch. But when he sees it's going to be a tight one, hold on, folks, hold on to your hats. He begins to shove in a very professional, strong finishing manner there. So he used 3 different approaches, and each at the exact correct juncture of that 2 furlong race to get the job done. So Treehorn is kind of known as Mountaineer's master horseman. And who knows how much money he's going to end up making with Determined Love if these races continue to fill. And Determined Love, her reputation precedes her at the 440. But I think Batista was the difference there in the race. I truly do. And don't even entertain the thought that she's one of the ones, one of the all-timers in the 2 furlong races. Oh, no. Cutting Edge Tech and Huntress Elena, Phone My Posse again. They would have eaten her like a minnow in a 440-yard race. Because once again, different philosophy and the way these races are written, the way they're drawn up now, to exclude connections of classier horses from getting any ideas about turning their classier stalwarts into 440 specialists. The $7,500 claiming price precludes that. So it's just kind of a closed society where Determined Love gets to beat up on the same horses time after time after time after time, which has got to taint her record moving forward sometime in the future when, if anybody ever sits around and waxes nostalgic and remembers the best all-time 440 specialists at the track that almost specializes in those kind of races. I don't think she's going to merit even honorable mention. Watch the replay and see if you agree with me about Batista there. We're coming to the third race now. And if the second race was chock full of one-dimensional speeds, this third race is the absolute inverse. This is a starter 5 or 10,000. This is a popular race at Mountaineer, and they fill it with good frequency. You can't find speed with a search warrant in here. The same was true of Old Flag's last race, going 6 furlongs, because it was drawn up for 7/8 on the turf and had a route flavor to it. So when they cut back to 6 furlongs, I'm handicapping this race right here with you guys. And I'm sitting there saying, well, I know one thing, Old Flag isn't going to get the lead ever against any field. So there goes Old Flag to the top and somewhat under wraps. But her heads up ride from Batista. I don't know. Is he going to get the lead on this bunch? Nobody in here has ever had the lead at any call, at any early call except the wire, it seems like, huh? Is he the speed, Old Flag? He's 1 for 1 on dirt. But how good could he be on dirt if they waited 33 starts to get him over on this stuff, this Irish bred? Old Flag, because they train on dirt. And also, how many 6 furlong fields is this horse going to find with his stretch running route style? In fact, very sluggish early in his route races. How many sprints is he going to find that he gets to the front of early? So I'm skeptical of his 1 for 1 record going 6 furlong on the dirt. Old Flag. But I guess if you forecast him to get the lead here, then I guess you got to respect him, because I guess he answered the dirt question to some degree last time. And he can certainly finish. We know that, don't we? He's not going to be my pick here, though. That's not enough to go on, because that was a very unusual race. Just as strange. That was almost a 1 in 1,000 lack of speed in that race by open $7,500 standards. Here's our old friend Cozondo in here. Cozondo was obviously better last year. Career year, 7 for 14. Jeff Fletcher, who has a knack with some runners, resurrected Cozondo and has made a lot of money with him, $65,000 last year. Cozondo's the kind of horse, though. He never beats a good horse, but if he's better than you, he's going to prove it. He's going to prove it at some point in the home stretch, Cozondo. And you can see that on his past performances. Did not have anything his way last couple of times. And against the horse named the Doorman, who was right out there on a modest opening fraction or two for the lead. So Cozondo got no setup there. And then next time, he's in with Superstar, Force of Justice, who was notable in his absence from this race, by the way. He is eligible for this 5-starter, but was not entered, Force of Justice. I don't know if Ginger Demzik enters in turf races and hopes they come off. I think that she does. So I wonder if the big boy's got issues back at the barn or on the farm. She trains from the farm. That's Virginia Demzik. And she's a hard-working gal. Like when she used to call and make entries in the morning, she'd say stuff like, and she wasn't making it up, I'm on my 18th stall. Want to come out and give me a hand? So she works hard, this Virginia Demzik. Yeah, Force of Justice is a superstar, really, and enjoyed the softest of paces there, and he's got a world of speed. So that's a better than looked effort from Cozondo, but nobody's going to not see that when it comes to Cozondo. Ironically enough, I've seen Cozondo, and I'm doing a deep dive now into this race. I've seen Cozondo break sharply and threaten to show speed into the first turn and maybe get to the first turn before the speeds just punk him and blow to the front of him to about the 6 furlong pole. So I almost wonder if he's going to break a little lead here and maybe be a lot closer to the pace than you might expect. But, and here's where it gets really complicated. Cozondo's best races come. Nobody's got to make those 2 quasi runs, the early quasi run at the pace, which never works for him. His best races come when he's one-dimensional, and he sits back and comes with a 1 run, Cozondo. And I'm not sure this race shapes up for that at all. And I'm not sure it's going to be well-serving of his chances if he does break to the lead here. And maybe he goes up and sits second or third, Cozondo. I don't know. But he's a player. He's a big player here. Cool Couple has definitely lost his mojo, which does not surprise me because he's a funky mover, man. Even when he was good, he would just jab the ground, stay on the left lead, and you're thinking, man alive, this is not sustainable. This horse's form. He's going to lose his form, lose his mojo, and he has. Cool Couple. He's never been a route horse, never. And you can gauge that when you watch his action in 6 furlong races there. And we are still in the paddock there. Number 6, Lucky Curlin. Lucky Curlin is 5-1 up there. Lucky Curlin, I can tell you, is 10 times better on turf. And Lucky Curlin's last race definitely resulted in a good trip for Lucky Curlin, who was the de facto leader there with a 5/8 horse named No Name Dude in front. So at some point, Lucky Curlin's going to pull him in like a tractor beam. Lucky Curlin could not stave off the closer. Let me know before you go. Let me know before you go came from way back in there and got by Lucky Curlin, which is not befitting of a 2-turn horse like Lucky Curlin. And also, Let Me Know Before You Go came back to tank. Really disappointed me last night. I liked Let Me Know Before You Go a lot. And that speed-laden race that Vasquez won with that Parks horse, who changed styles to sit well behind the pace and just circle him and swoop on him like a Rossi. So Lucky Curlin, I think, is overbet. Even at 7-1, Lucky Curlin's overbet for my money. And there is Old Flag, a 4-time winner on turf. We got really cheap before he exited the bigger tracks, Old Flag. So they can't have a lot of money in this horse. Yeah, guys, the morning line is never made in accordance with who the maker thinks is going to win or he might bet on. No. You're not handicapping the horses. And I've done the morning line officially on 40,000 races. You're not handicapping the horses. You're handicapping the public, what they're going to do with the windows. So if you make a horse 2-1 and he goes off 30-1 and wins, you're wrong. You didn't do your job. It is strictly a guesstimate of what the money's going to do in the win pool, the morning line. And as far as the selections being different than the exact odds order. I used to go round and round about that with my boss, the great Joe the Cat Narcavish, who was the lines maker who preceded me. And I used to want to go different sometimes with selections than do the morning line favorite as top choice, second favorite as second choice, an exact odds order, because those aren't selections. It's a misnomer to call those selections. I wanted to change the bottom of the program. I never got around to it, to probable favorites or mutual ratings or nothing. Put nothing down there, because as long as all you're doing is a recitation of the morning line odds in exact order, A, B, C, D, first favorite, second favorite, third favorite, fourth favorite, those aren't selections. Those aren't selections. And it's one of my regrets I never got around to changing that on the Mountaineer program. Joe was an exceptional lines maker too, and actually taught me a couple of things. But the numerics involved a long time ago. I'm talking about like 35 years ago. So they're getting warmed up. Tis a white-faced cat. I've seen him run big races. How about that effort to Gone Boy, who would run on the West Virginia Derby and earned his way in there with some stupendous route wins here last year, and was just second. Had his name back on the news, second. And a very tough sprint race on Derby Day, Gone Boy. So that was Tis a white-faced cat to record his best ever number, and that was him at his best, his apex. Tis a white-faced cat. I don't know how highly I grade him off that June 22nd one, because he had a good trip on the best part of the track, and he was grinding like a mofo. It wasn't sexy. It just wasn't sexy. I do think he ran a little bit better at his next one, though. Tis a white-faced cat, because Magic Mover can be a tough customer when he gets his hands on a loose lead, and he slowed him down to an Arabian pace there. Also, Tis a white-faced cat is a horse that is, I think, a little bit swifter in the way of tactical speed than some of these stone cold closers that he's in with. So he's an option here, I think. I think he's definitely an option. And the money's coming in on Old Flag. Is this on the he's 1-for-1 on dirt theory? Or is it because somebody's reading him as your probable pace setter after he gets the lead last time he won 6 furlongs? 3-2 on him. I prefer both the 4 and the 10 to Old Flag, although Old Flag wouldn't surprise me. Disappointed in the price. I bet half 150 to win on Tiz a White-Faced Cat, who I liked his chances in that race. Tiz a White-Faced Cat. I wasn't in love with the ride. I thought that Kevin Gonzalez maybe gave them a little too much leash out there in that super soft pace, but they were kind of ding-donging back and forth a little bit. And I was surprised at that effort from Cool Couple, because Cool Couple is not a two-turn horse, I don't think, but he was smoother in action there, almost as if some vet work has been done since his last couple of races. Sometimes when they reverse form, that is the story. And he kind of had the worst of it there. As he was back and forth for the lead down in what would have been the worst part of the track last night. Maybe again tonight, we really can't tell to this point. And then angles out and makes another run. Cool Couple. If you had him second, you're exact, or hit the trifecta, as I see a few of you guys did in the comments there, then you can thank those two well-timed left-handed swats from Pagan in mid-stretch, because horse was trying to get in and he was not going to be second there until Pagan switched, goes left-handed, and was able to save second in a photo finish there. But he's never going to beat the 10-horse Tiz a White-Faced Cat, who just has these long strides and just keeps kind of grinding and loping and loping and loping and never looks like he's in a big hurry. But he just wears his fields down, huh? Tiz a White-Faced Cat, who I thought would be closer to the pace there, to what turned out to be a very pedestrian pace. And obviously, I don't think it was the one-for-one dirt record so much, because I don't think the Sharpies could have been all that high on Old Flag's dirt win last time, considering he's an off-pace route horse who actually got the lead in an unusually devoid of speed 6 furlong race off turf. But I think the allure for Old Flag fans there was, and Silva does have a fan club, no question about it. And they get down on his horses. I think maybe from out west too. Sometimes that's my suspicion. But I think the allure for the Old Flag money there was he's going to come back and get the lead again after he did last time going 6 furlongs. And he was ridden in that fashion for all he was worth. It just didn't work out for Old Flag. Disappointed in the price. Somebody said in the comments, I think Kojin Lee, my man, it just never ends. And it doesn't. It really doesn't. I knew the first race winner was going to see the price plunge. There's no way that was not going to happen. I predicted 1 to 5 was going to be the closing price there. But Tiz a White-Faced Cat, I would not have been surprised to see him get off at 7 to 2 or 4 to 1 there. Did not happen, though. It was not to be. And I could be mistaken. As far as the bias last night, you didn't want to be inside horses. You didn't want to come from too far behind either. You wanted to be buffered out from the inside, well out in some cases, and make the sort of aggressive turn move, either from close to the pace, on the pace, or a little bit behind the pace, that would get you in front by the pre-stretch call or challenging very hard for the lead. We don't have much evidence to go on tonight so far. You can't gauge much from a 440. And the first race winner, it didn't matter what the grain was. That 1 to 5 shot was going to wire that field. So this is really the only race we've had to draw conclusions from. And you can see where Cool Couple was not going to put away Old Flag when mired down along the inside, but then takes that one's measure when angled out around Old Flag. And there comes the long striding, loping Tiz a White-Faced Cat out about the 7 path or something like that, 7 or 8 path. Man, I love doing this, talking races with you guys. 6 furlongs. I felt like I misplaced my soul or my life force for the year, during which I was silent. And now we got a number 2, 6 furlongs. This is an allowance. I think this was supposed to be 7/8 on the turf. So when you back it up to 6, the first thing you're looking for is speed. And I think Hoodwinked is going to be perceived as the speed in here, because you look at El Kozan. El Kozan was part of the lead a couple of starts back with fresh legs, 6 furlongs. More often stalks the pace, it seems like. Reverend Jack is going to come from behind. Sandwich Me, I think, comes from behind. Maybe some fresh speed. I doubt it. Just not a lot of early acceleration in here. Hoodwinked last time. Not only got the money, first trip to the post, but beat a horse that returned to win and Forever Valiant. And if you watch the break there, and I'm something of a visual handicapper, I watch a lot of video to ascertain what the bias was and to check out trips and the race flow and things like that. strategy, which jocks were sending, which horses were trying to get in or get out. And I watch the action a lot, whether horses are fluid and athletic and switch leads on cue, or whether they're chopping at the ground in a manner that may not be sustainable. But whatever the case, Hoodwinked last time, if you watch the break, the jock kind of fell back on his mouth at the start and then steadied him just a little bit, several strides in. Hoodwink accelerated to be close to a horse who's got some speed and wired. I think at 5/8, Forever Valiant 2 nights ago, correct? Forever Valiant. So I think Hoodwinked off that 5 furlong win is going to prove to be the speed of this 6 furlong race, which was drawn up to go 2 turns, and a race that sees every other horse in here cut back in distance, whereas Hoodwinked stretches out 220 yards in distance, which I think could be a tactical advantage for Hoodwinked. On the inside, El Kozan. El Kozan has made some noise going 6 furlongs and did run okay to a decent horse. First time off the bench, they're going 6. The next starts on turf. I don't know if this horse really wants turf or not. Those are flat performances, those 2 turf races. A spotty effort last time, not very becoming. If he likes the grass, El Kozan, he's probably better going short. Although that was a weak field last time in that 2-turn turf race, and they wanted to run him on grass again. So they're convinced he's a turf horse, even if I'm not. I'm not sure the inside's going to be real good. I guess we'll see. We'll get a litmus test here pretty soon. Lucky Jules. I can remember when I was betting Mahoning last winter, and there was some stir on the internet. Boy, was that a form reversal. This horse would run 4 times and loses them by, I'm going to count them up here. Give me a second. I flunked business math, so I'm not going to count them up fast. By 52 and 92, by 89 lengths in the first 4 races, and nowhere near the pace. And then virtually wires them at almost 40-1. Where did that come from? I hope they checked the tattoo very closely in the paddock before the race. And you know what? I'm not disparaging anybody, but they had an infamous ringer at Mahoning years ago. I think it was a Jeffrey Osovich horse that turned out to be number 4 running as a filly maiden. And the horse just whomped up on him, too. Just whomped up on him. And that was really a mark of shame. I saw some other things early on at Mahoning, too, that made me kind of scratch my head and go, Maybe I'll tell the story a little bit later on. Something I observed in the grandstand there, which wasn't completely kosher or above board. I'm thinking about continuing and doing Mahoning. What do you guys think about that? Just for something to do. And just to keep the subscribers interested, because I'm considered something of an authority on Mahoning. I've been betting them religiously since day one, man, which was what, 10 years ago? Something like that? 10 years ago, at least. Yeah, I think it was. And maybe I'm going to keep doing this kind of a gig when Mahoning opens. Although we're doing double duty, man, a double header. Mahoning in the afternoon, the Mountaineer at night, because they open before Mountaineer closes. I could get a little hectic for a couple of months there. So I'm going to have to think about that, guys. Reverend Jack. Reverend Jack's a 4-time winner, gets to go never 2. I'm not sure that's a big deal for this 6-year-old, though. He was first versus number 2s at the finish July 21st, but he just kind of kept on loping and just finally wore some bad opponents down there, did Reverend Jack. And also, he committed a foul on somebody into the first turn there. Might not have even been best, Reverend Jack. He can sprint and can come with a better finish when he sprints, I think, than he does in some of those route races. But he just becomes so sluggish when he sprints that they run him around defensively nowadays. He's not sexy, as I like to say. He's just not sexy and very vulnerable in an off-turf 7/8 race. Whoever gets the lead, because it ain't going to be him. Well, I'm talking. How much time do we have here? Have I overtalked? Sandwich me. When's this a first-time starter, which might qualify him to run well fresh here. This trainer does not have a good record, though. And Sandwich me is a 7-year-old son of Big Brown, who's only been to the post 7 times, but might have a bit of ability to have won first time to the post there. And again, this race is just not quality. It's not quality at all. Expected Hoodwinked to be favored. Hoodwinked is favored, and I see they're just coming onto the track now. So I haven't stayed too long at the fair in terms of breaking this race down here. From the dungeon. Am I missing something here, guys? I think the late money is going to move to Hoodwinked. I truly do. Because he's a wise guy horse. It will not be lost on the self-appointed wise guys that him stretching out from a 5/8 win and with a field totally comprised of cutbacks from two-turn races may blow right to the lead. And that could be it. Lights out. And again, there was a quick front runner in his last race, and he moved up nicely to be in distance of that front runner into the far turn there. And that's after the jaw kind of breaking on his mouth and being back, leaning back for the first couple of strides there. If you watch the video, I think you'll see what I mean. Sandwich Me is 7-2. I'm not sure that's live behind the scenes money, even though he's been away since October, as much as he might be the best horse in the race if he's sound enough to prove it and fit. And he came off the bench last year to run well and show surprising speed there too, did Sandwich Me, who was never been in for a claiming price. This New York bred is son of Big Brown. I'm not confident enough that the inside's good to consider El Kozan quite as prime a contender as I obviously do Hoodwinked and might even show some respect for Sandwich Me here. I'm not convinced the inside is going to be any good. And El Kozan might have that in-between speed that could just go out there and maybe get topped like 3/4 of length into the far turn, which is no man's land. It's a rough trip. No surprise in a race that was drawn up for 7/8 that the pace setters are sluggish horses, and they're not going to come back to the field in a race like that. That's drawn up to go 2 turns. Whoever's on top maybe wants 2 turns and is strong. Did somebody say Reverend Jack? Oh, Reverend Jack won't be in front. Well, that somebody was wrong. And then somebody's got a green shirt on. I mean, that trip was a ticket to the winner's circle last night. To be right there at the quarter pole, and Reverend Jack was on top by the time they hit the 5/16 pole and buffered way out from the rail. He was like, well out. He was about 4 past throughout the entirety of that journey. The horse that I want moving forward, though, is definitely Hoodwinked. Man alive. You know, so many times, in fact, almost always, when a horse tends to break slowly, they've got issues, mental issues with the metal monster, with the starting gate, and Hoodwinked through the jockey about 30 feet in the air. The jock remounts and rides. And I'm thinking now, when I pulled up the video on Hoodwinked's career debut, which was a victory, that it was the horse's fault instead of the jock's, that he broke back on his mouth and the horse did still win. And I watched the head on there. And was it totally Hoodwinked's fault, or did the one horse come out in his path a little bit at the break? I think Hoodwink hesitated for a couple of beats at the break and had to take some kickback, had to change his style, and had to try a longer distance. I think moving forward, he may be worth any 3 of those horses. That's just my take after watching the race. But he's got to master the standing start first. And was like even money. And there's the old West Virginia bred exceeds the allotted number of wins in a non-life race angle for victory with old Reverend Jack. Did a little preaching there, huh? We watched a good movie last night. Or was the night before? Yeah, I think it was the night before. The Last Exorcism. And this guy's a charlatan. It's the same guy that played the slimy lawyer boss in Better Call Saul. And he played this fake preacher who does exorcisms and convinces people that they're healed, and he charges money to do them. He's not a bad guy. He's trying to provide for his family. So he gets called for a fee to this out in the sticks country house where supposedly a 16-year-old girl is possessed. And he kind of blows it off as a fraud, and he's a fraud. And it turns out it's real. It's all too real that she is indeed possessed by one of the worst demons. And boy, does the movie change tone when it turns out that this little chick actually is inhabited by some kind of demonic spirit. The end is shocking. And you know what? It's a movie I would recommend. The Last Exorcism. It's well acted, too, on every front. What was the guy's name in Better Call Saul? He came to a bad end when the Hispanic drug dealer killed him, correct? The guy that Saul and his girlfriend were messing with and playing the nasty practical jokes on and ruined his reputation. The same guy played the fake exorcist in this movie. I want to mention tonight's 8th race. Looking ahead, guys, I put a trip note up there. I want to put that banner up. It's at the bottom there. My trip note is going across the bottom there. Art digs the music about here. He likes that. I want to mention the 8th race here, guys. I made a trip note and an odds note, and have to admit, Mainline Cipher, who you have to like in there, I think, is going to be way shorter than that 12-1 morning line. In fact, probably goes off as favorite. Mainline Cipher. How many horses have we seen at 12-1, 20-1, 30-1 on the Mountaineer morning line? Get off at 3-5, 6-5, and win like it this week. Starting on Sunday, West Virginia Derby. It happened a couple of times on the West Virginia Derby card. Mainline Cipher. I also have a pace and position note there, a race flow note, that the race is so loaded with early speed. It looks like they got to kill each other off. And Mainline Cipher, there's a premium on finishing power in that race, and it seems like he's in possession of most of it. And he looks better than the other closer, who I would also look at for a piece of it as maybe a secondary key in the Verticals Classic King there. So I'm looking for a meltdown in that race, and that's a race I'm really interested in betting on. And I'm focusing on mainline cipher there. And you can see my trip note across the bottom there. Let me wait until it comes across. Race 8. Speeds lined up like Murderer's Row. That was the old Yankees, heart of their order, right? And it seems like they seem likely to kill each other off. Painfully obvious scenario. That's the thing. I don't care if the horse is 12-1 in the morning line, mainline cipher. It's so freaking obvious that he's got the setup and that he was overmatched last time, that he's going to get back. And my observations are not going to be unique to me, which may kill the race from a wagering standpoint for me. So now we're on the 6th race, and it's a good one. I'm sorry, on the 5th race, it's a good one. It should get down to business here. Starter 5, we're claiming 10 for fillies and mares to go a mile. So this is a starter optional. And this is a good bunch. Canadian Bear banged out 74,000 already this year and 43 last year. He outclasses these kind of horses. She does. She was up to winning a 2 other than allowance in the middle of that 3-race skein in early 2026 there, Canadian Bear. And she missed a break too and still rolls by 7 lengths there on June the 28th. And just a very good horse, better than these horses. But she came away well on her most recent, and you can't count on her to do that, and still struggled mightily to win. And she did not look like herself there. And there was a hard drive in the 11th start of her season, an 11 on top of that last year. So I don't know if she's as good as she was, Canadian Bear. And I never completely trust her to break either. Snapping Buttons in here, and this guy's got a couple in here. He's the hottest trainer on the grounds. Juan Vasquez. Snapping Buttons beat Canadian Bear on July the 6th there. And Snapping Buttons got a soft lead in an off-turf race there. Did Snapping Buttons, but Snapping Buttons is 2 for 2 over the track and has that flamboyant Aqueduct stuff on form there. And that 7-length win at Aqueduct back in January 2025. And she's the absolute only early foot in here. So it's her race to lose. Snapping Buttons. Tuenda steps up in class, and good time to try it off that 11-length win that put up a figure that could compete here. Likes Mountaineer, 3 for 5 with a 2nd place finish as well. So I would not discount her, but I'm not sure the tempo is going to be right for her up top because she wants to run from behind, well behind. Suffering Succotash, I think she gave up on the dirt thing a long time ago. And there's no early threat to Snapping Buttons. And now we've got Juan Vasquez with another horse in here who I think actually opened up at a shorter price than Snapping Buttons, but I just can't believe it's going to stay like that. 3 minutes to post, and Snapping Buttons is now 5 to 2, and I think destined to go lower than Goldcrest, who's 2 to 1. Goldcrest is a 2 to 1 Kochak. Goldcrest has been beaten twice in a row by Canadian Bear. Canadian Bear might have missed a break and still beaten her on June the 28th. Canadian Bear is better than Goldcrest. Has Goldcrest been as good, though, at Mountaineer as she was at Parks with those 2 wins by a pole apiece? I don't know if she's that good now, Goldcrest. But she may raise her game tonight because as the barns go, so go the thoroughbreds. And she may get that little extra kick here from the Juan Vasquez factor. And she's going to trip out really well. This has been a really good trip around here lately to maybe sit 2nd, close up 3rd through the early stages, launch a good turn move, which is kind of her style, right? Out where the track has been a little bit better. She will not get a hard gun here. She'll concede early to her stablemate Snapping Buttons. They'll coordinate strategies here, even though we're talking about different owners. So we had 5 scratches in here. And I can't knock it in this case because this was a race drawn up for turf. So you're going to get some defections in a case like this. Don't compress. Dennis Cluley is going to go ahead and run here. Don't compress us. No chance whatsoever. Don't take 9 to 1. Don't compress. If you do that, I don't want to know you. Don't take 13 to 1 on Suffering Succotash. If you do that, I don't want to know you. Still, we have 4 contenders in here. And when you got 4 honest shots, you better be sure that whichever one you bet on offers value, a bigger price than its actual chances to win. I'm not a guy who does a personal morning line a value line. I just intuit value, just intuitively, from looking at the form and doping the race out and then checking out the tote board. I don't go through all the mechanics of a ritualized, self-created morning line, which reflects the horse's chances. If you do that, though, and I think this is pretty obvious, you're working on a different scale. You only want 100 points worth of booking points there, booking percentage points, because it has to add up to a 100% chance to win, If you, me, and your buddy all race 100 yards, it has to add up to 100% chance to win. Maybe 40 for you, 40 for your pal, and 20 for me. It's different, though, the actual odds, because when you do the numbers on an odds line, you have to incorporate the takeout, the skim. So you add that on top, and then to account for breakage and the fact that price points are rounded down. I don't want to get too complicated here, but price points are never rounded up, they're rounded down on the real-time odds board. So then you want to add the time-honored method is to add the takeout. So we're going to start at 100, add the takeout, which in Mountaineer I think is 17%. So you're starting at 117, and then you want to add 1 point again for breakage and the rounding down of odds for each entrant in the field. So in a 7-horse field, you want to come out somewhere around 124. At a 10-horse field, 127. A cardinal sin of lines making is to come in too low on your points, which means you went too high on your prices, because it's an inverse thing. The lower the price point on your morning line, the more booking percentage points you've used up. And it's kind of a cardinal sin, a no-no, to come in too low on your points, because then you've promised the public more potential returns that are going to be available. So it's better to come in high than come in low. But I used to discipline myself, even when I went really fast at doing the line in the morning, because I had so much other work to do. As a racing official, I used to discipline myself to never go more than 1 point over. Occasionally, I would go 2 points over, but never under, if I could help it, unless I didn't add correctly. I never used a calculator, not because I'm a math whiz, but because I did it so long. I could add it in my head almost instantaneously, I could sit at simulcast after doing the line on 40,000 races and check out the odds board and watch a 6-1 win and tell you from the other price points if the horse is likely to pay $14 or $15.80, just from long experience, not from any math wizardry, which I don't possess. And we're still in the paddock. And I think we've had some indication that the rail's not going to be too great tonight, because Reverend Jack was able to dispatch the 1 horse there. And 'Tis a White-Faced Cat just kept chugging out about the 7 path around that far turn, correct? And we're not going to put any stock in that opener 1-by-1 to 5 shot. Who got the lead in the maiden race over the 440? Pretty obviously. Tom Kurtz, MTO, is an acronym for main track only. They weren't going to run at the race stayed on the grass. What surprises me a little bit, though, is sometimes those horses are drawn into the body at Mountaineer, even though it's an overfilled race. When I think more appropriately, they would have last preference if they are one-way entrants. I can even get a little more technical and do a deeper dive into how the preference date system works at tracks that take main track only entrants. Tracks that operate on the star system rather than the preference date system. On a first come, first serve basis, every time you enter and don't get in, you get another credit, another little asterisk in the date book. And horses that enter main track only don't pick up a star. We never used the star system at Mountaineer. I could explain a lot of this stuff to you guys, but you'd find it dull, dry, and boring. I'm not sure anybody uses the star system anymore. I'm really not. Because it was never fair. active trainers who kept a close eye on the entry box with no intention to run could pick up stars in overfilled races, where somebody else who's not quite as clued in or on the scene when you're pulling the races would be up the creek because they wouldn't have all the entries, all the attempts to enter, all the attempts to run. And those are basically the two date systems. The preference date system, the longer since a horse has run, the more preference that horse has. And with the old antiquated star system, every time a horse enters and gets excluded, either pulls on the overnight as an also eligible or gets straight up excluded from the overnight, that horse picks up one more chit worth of preference. A lot of tracks will take the date away when a horse scratches or reassign a scratch date instead of a run date. And obviously, if a horse hits the overnight but is excluded on the also eligible, doesn't get to run, the horse maintains prior date. You don't want to update that date and penalize a horse that didn't get to run. Is this as simple as snapping buttons steps right to the lead? It seems like they space their races a little bit, huh? Snapping buttons. It was not what she was. That's for sure. 2 virtual pull-ups, an aborted comeback in February there. They still liked her to be an open allowance horse, but you have that ominous voided claim there that found her a loser by some 20 lengths. So there's something going on back at the barn with her for sure. Knows how to win though, and she ain't that old. And she's in a really good barn, a hot barn that's just toured right now. Now, she did skip the same race on July the 29th. Vasquez was represented with Goldcrest in there. So why did he not enter the same tandem on July the 29th as he does tonight, unless Snapping Buttons needed the time off? Snapping Buttons was spaced about 5.5 weeks last time. Had about 5 weeks in here. So not the kind of horse that's going to run every 3 weeks, as most of these foes do. There was a time when you could have considered it 10 red flags for a horse to be away a month. Back when the joint was Waterford, and even after it became Mountaineer, when it was a self-contained island and horses never shipped in and out. And every horse had to carry its weight in terms of hitting the entry box. Every 7 days was the rotation cycle in the condition book then, believe it or not. That's when horses were durable and had to run to carry the program. They absolutely had to. And if they skipped even one turn, one every 7-day term, then you could issue a few demerits there and be highly skeptical when the horse would come back and run because there was something physically amiss. But how different the game is now. Is so many horses and so many barns run better with horses that they space 5, 6 weeks, a month, 2 months. It's just a different game in terms of layups. How about those old systems in Turf and Sport Digest? Throw out any horse that hasn't run in 17 days. That system would break you. Now, and Snapping Buttons is 5-2. As Canadian Bear, based on the body of work, superior class that Canadian Bear did possess a couple of months back, and the body of work with 74,000 banked this season is pretty strongly favored there. I would not take this shorter price on Canadian Bear because she did nail the break last time, and I mentioned this, which she does not always do, and I thought worked really hard. To win with kind of a spotty effort, looked all out and kind of desperate to get the job done with a speed fig that dropped off from some of her better numbers. So if I were to bet this race, it would be to try and beat her with either Tuenda or Snapping Buttons, but even Goldcrest has got a chance. So I think I'm going to Pasadena, guys. A couple of things seem apparent after the race that I did touch on before the race. Canadian Bear, she's a good earner and she's dead game, but when you make $74,000 and 40,000 some last year and 22 starts in a long wraparound campaign, then at some point you're going to get frazzled a little bit. I thought her last race was not good. I don't think I recommended her for tonight, Canadian Bear. And at even money, it would have been ridiculous to bet on Canadian Bear there. Snapping Buttons missed a break a little bit, real wide into the first turn, takes her out of her front running style. But I still think that those two virtual pull-ups in that voided claim, which were ominous, I guess, came back to haunt her just a little bit tonight, Snapping Buttons. And the winner, no big surprise. You can see some coordination of strategies there as Snapping Buttons goes up and tries mightily to get the lead. I think that was a chalk talk in the Vasquez tack room to sit back on Goldcrest. And Goldcrest could have bet a fortune on her 3/8 out because she's just cruising with those two leaders up there, ding dong and banging heads back and forth. So Goldcrest in the catbird seat. And that's been a winning trip last couple of nights to attack around that far turn from out where the track is better, attack aggressively. So no surprise whatsoever in that race. Had I bet the race, it would have been with one thing in mind, to bet against Canadian Bear, but I wasn't sure who I wanted to do that with, so skipped it. Sixth is coming up next, 6 furlongs. No wonders, I was listening. They shove Apple Music down my gullet in my car. My other one just conked out about a year and a half ago. So when I got a nice one, I paid too much. Just ridiculous what my car payments are. I got an Acadia. It's really nice. I drive an SUV because I don't want to get stopped when it's ice and snow. And I need a big car. And I need a big cargo hold in the back because I got my golf clubs, a couple of basketballs. Usually I have like 3 or 4 changes of workout clothes and all that shit. And excuse me. For some reason, every time you do an update, they try to control your life a little more, and they installed Google with my last update. And so this guy announces out of nowhere when I start the car up about a week ago, Google will now accept your every command and basically operate your entire freaking existence, at least when you're in your vehicle. So they're trying to shove Apple Music down my throat. I don't ask Apple Music to come up. I don't hit any Apple Music buttons, but I can be doing anything. And here comes Apple Music. And I normally don't like those kind of easy listening, soft vibes, unless it's some mellow instrumentals from the 1960s, supermarket music, like A Summer Place or The Girl from Ipanema or something like that. Or maybe some Burt Bacharach too from the 1960s, just to date myself a little more. But I'm listening to Apple Music this afternoon because once again, they thrust it upon me. It just miraculously pops up on my radio when I'm trying to listen to sports talk out of Pittsburgh. And a group comes on named Medium Build, and I kind of like their vibe, man. I was digging a couple of their songs. Have any of you guys heard of Medium Build? I think I'm trying to be too hip for my age, huh? 6 furlongs for the 6th race. Non-winners of 2 and 12 months. Cheap claimers. This is generic stuff, man. This race fills all the time. It's a good old standby race in the condition book. Toto Fino on the outside. He's going to get bet to smithereens here. How many times are you going to see a horse in for $4,000 with a 16 for 28 record? I can't recall seeing that. I was in this cheap Toto Fino, and it's like the second start for $4,000. So this is kind of a strange case. As this horse wins 2 in a row at Gulfstream Park, gets the claim voided, and then resurfaces here for $4,000 and runs up the track. So I'm thinking at this point, I'm smug and self-satisfied. Talking about a cripple there, kids. What did you think was going to happen? So Toto Fino, then the story takes a strange turn when Toto Fino goes over to Alicia Robillard, of all conditioners, her mother's understudy, Julie Robillard. And Toto Fino wins a starter with an 84 speed fig against Cozy's Wildcat and Gates of Heaven, who were that good last year, who were that fast. Just amazing. Reversal of fortunes there for Toto Fino, who suddenly remembered his incredible win record, Toto Fino. So Toto tanks next time and has now been away. This horse is so talented, man, just so talented. I wonder if he was sold in between the change of trainers there, or if maybe the owner's doing the training in both instances. There's had to be a change of hands because the horse just got back on the right track so suddenly, did Totofino, and got bet like somebody knew it was going to happen too, off the $4,000 tank when he comes back in his next one. I don't know if it was some ploy to get him eligible for starters or something like that. I really don't. I doubt it. Otherwise, why would they transfer the horse? Totofino's been away, and that's got to be a big part of the underlying story. He's got issues. 3 starts in 2024, just 6 last year, and there's a big 4-month gap right smack dab in the middle of that 6-start campaign. But Alicia Robillard, and who knows if she's doing the training or her mother's calling the shots there. I'm sure they're working together. But she can have him fit. First time back, I think she won a route race with a horse about a month and a half ago. I'm trying to remember the horse's name. A pretty strong speed. An Ohio-based horse who went to Canada and then came in here to win, to wire a route race off like a 5-month or 4.5-month respite. And her mother, and if Alicia's chip off the old block, her mother tends to have horses fit off the bench too. So I think this horse might come out of firing Totofino. They can't waiver Totofino because Totofino was in last time for a higher class. And one of the stipulations is a horse must have been away X amount of time. I think nowadays it's 120 days. Used to be 6 months. Now I think it has to be 4 months. And plus the horse must have run for the specified waivered claiming price or cheaper. So they can't waiver Totofino. And they're not particularly keen on protecting Totofino either. So the issues, the infirmities that the Form B speaks are obvious, but so is the talent. And I'm thinking this barn's going to have this guy ready. First time back. 6-5. I would not even expect 6-5 with this horse Totofino. I think that price could go lower. Ready for action, just to kind of backtrack, is 30-1. Lost his best friend, the lowest of conditions, for $3,200 there. And that field was untouchable and not in a good way. That was just somebody had to win at race, and Ready for Action, you had a good rail trip. A good idea, just keeps grinding and grinding and grinding. Lives on 4ths and 5ths. Mighty Mo, a Juan Vasquez horse. What can Vasquez do out of the claim box with Mighty Mo? He normally imports somebody of his own horses, does not have to visit the box, but I guess he liked Mighty Mo. Mighty Mo was sold after 3 seconds in a win there, which I thought was a red flag. He was sold from Larry Smith over to Kevin Fletcher and then plopped down to $3,200. I thought it was a negative drop. I didn't like the way the tea leaves read there. Mr. Fourier. Amy Albright's got a good record here. She's like 30%. Rarely runs at Mountaineer, but they fire when she does. Mr. Fourier has never been here before. And she liked Mr. Fourier enough to protect the Warrior. An Equibase ratings race, first time out of the claim box there. Never wins, though. 4 wins and 10 times second, 10 times third. I hear you, my man. I feel you on that. They were interviewing the guy too. I'm comfortable with his music. Let me put it that way. You know what I mean? I got to be careful what I say here because I don't want to discourage anybody from attending here in the dungeon. So we're never going to get political, and we're not going to go in that direction either. But I think you guys can pretty well read my orientation. I can't believe Timberry Tiddler is as low as 9-2 with a freaking inside, not looking so good. And Timberry Tiddler had every shot to be second last time. I would not upgrade him because Reverend Jack beat up on a bad field that never twos tonight and a one-time only offer to actually go up and join the pace, the sluggish Reverend Jack. Timberry Tiddler, look what it took him to win. A sub-50 buyer. He's straight as a string to do it. And he beats Good Idea and Julie's Ferrari, bad horses. Read him a lot from the wins, guys. You got to look at that. Scratch off. He beats scratch off. Those are the kind of horses it takes for him to win. And the rail's no good. And it's no man's land for him anyways because he's got that in-between turn of speed. Man alive, he is a big underlay there at 9-2. Timberry Tiddler might match the morning line, but it's still way too low. Christensen, Cordero Lopez sends this horse out. He wins with a decent number here last November, the same condition, and then comes back on July the 29th there. And it was a closer's race, but he might have needed a tune-up there, huh? Christensen, who's been a largely synthetic creature. And I think that's set up for a closer too on July the 29th. I don't know if I want to dock him for that because he might not have been ready. And 6-5 on Totofino. That's where the late money's going to go. It's got to. Mighty Mo 3-1. This got to be Vasquez money because Mighty Mo did not run well. I did not expect Mighty Mo to run well for reasons that I stated pretty clearly when I broke his form down a couple of minutes ago. Normally, my first notion is to try and beat the chalk, but I don't like anybody here who was not chalked. I got a feeling Totofino is going to come out and run him, but I also got a feeling his odds are going to go south. I'm not even sure he'll get 6-5. When you look at that 84 buyer 2 starts ago, that's obvious, you know. See big buyer, bet big buyer, the caveman approach to handicapping horse races. And also that 16 for 28 record, man, that's a rarity, huh? That's incredible. I think he ran those wins up in a foreign land that he not yet Chile, his native Chile, before he came stateside, Totofino. Even money and dropping, guys. So what happened, guys? Money Mo was scratched in the post parade. Those 4-1 backers say from their own utter stupidity, in my opinion. While we are apparently on what's going to be another lengthy delay at the mountain, we'll talk a little music, guys. Chris, I think you're remembering the wrong song. The one that really irked me when they played before the races was Jim Morrison and the Doors, Riders on the Storm. Boy, nothing gets me in a lighthearted mood to watch pretty horses run around in circles and fling my money carelessly to and fro like hearing Jim Morrison and the deep octave singing, "There's a killer on the road. His brain is squirming like a toad. If you give this man a ride, his sweet family will die." Oh boy, yeah, that puts me in a sporting mood, baby. Yeah. Tune me up with some more of that stuff. Yeah, please. Yeah. Jim Morrison and the Doors. Feel good music. And no, I had no say in what kind of music they played. A lot of people thought I did, though. Hell, I had players that blamed me when the races would come off the turf. Oh, yeah. Because I was the face out there, you know? I do like the song Hotel California. It's a masterpiece, an absolute masterpiece. What I remember is it came out the same year as, I think, Al Stewart's Year of the Cat, and I preferred Year of the Cat. I thought it was just such a beautiful song, Year of the Cat. They're both about like 17 minutes long, but same time frame. My Lucky song came out and hit the charts. Baker Street, Jerry Rafferty. When I hear freaking Baker Street, I know I'm going to go on a hot streak betting horses. I remember when Baker Street first came out, and man, I'm really showing my age here, but I won money at the races like 17 straight days. And I had so much freaking money, man. I had it just overfilling my dresser drawer. And my dad, who was a great guy, I'm a second generation horse player, but was something of a taskmaster, was Charles Pat Patterson. Nobody called him Charles. He went by Pat. Once in a while, when somebody calls me Pat, it just kind of gives me a warm feeling, but it isn't done real often because I'm not a Pat. He was. But he had a taskmaster side too, because I win 17 straight days. You know, I'm living at home. I'm like 18 years old. And I'm throwing money to mom and dad. I'm kicking in for the bills and for groceries and stuff. So everything's hunky-dory. My dad's happy. My dad's praising me to high heavens. I'm the greatest thing ever to my father at this time, who I love dearly, my dad, and miss him every day. But to get more to the point here, so the 18th day I lose money. So we're headed home, and we lived in PA at the time. It's about a 45-minute drive. And my dad says, "Marky, don't feel bad. Don't get depressed. You think you can win every day? You had an incredible run. and made God knows how much money. Do not get down. Go home, open up tomorrow's form. So we go to the races the next day. I lose again. Not a lot of money, but I lose. So we're headed home. It's pretty quiet in the car. No more consolation speeches, no more lifesavers handed over from the old man to his son. So we get about halfway home, and my dad says, I needed to wheel the family car. And he says, my man, there was no marquee. It was, my man, you better find yourself another fucking game because you sure don't know shit about this one. Because I had the audacity to lose the second straight day after a 17 trip to the races win streak. That's a true story too. And I still attribute that role to Baker Street. Man, when that song comes on, I just get a good vibe, a great feeling. Plus, it's just a classic. What is it, saxophone riff? It's a fantastic piece of music. Yeah, 17 days in a row. First day I lost, it was okay. Second day I lost, it was a long way from okay. And when the old man would really get disgusted with me, and I had taken over the family handicapping when I was about 14, 13, something like that, maybe even 12. So I knew my old man was not pleased with me when he would come over and snatch the form from me right at the races and start to handicap himself, which he had given up when I took it over. It was kind of like a starting pitcher being pulled, you know, and taking the walk of shame to the showers when my dad would do that. And these horses have returned to the indoor paddock. I can only assume that was the jock thrown there in the post parade? Is that what happened here? Did the ambulance leave the scene? I'm going to sign off for a minute. I'll be back, guys. Yeah, I can sign back in and explain that as best I can. Mr. Ho-Jun Lee, for the majority of the last month, the rail has been no good. Can you please explain, Mark, why they can't fix it and make the track more fair? Well, short of scraping the rail, which is kind of an extreme measure that they do not want to undertake because they want X amount of cushion out there. I think the mountain main is made up of clay and limestone base that's been there forever, and about 3 3/4 inches of fine grained river sand, which is a little bit unusual for the composition of a cushion. As far as the negative rail thing goes, that was the big knock on Mountaineer forever. That it was an anti-rail racetrack. And then that kind of abated a couple of years back when the old track man retired or sadly enough passed away. And the new guys are better, just straight up better. Now, sometimes it is difficult to keep the rail good because it depends a lot on how much water is in the surface to bind it. And if it gets too dry and there's some kind of a drought, they can't seem to keep enough water on it to keep it from getting a little bit cuppy and loose down close to the rail. Whereas conversely, when you get some rain, a lot of tracks being banked, thoroughbred tracks, tend to drain off towards the inside, which can also make the rail a little bit iffy. Now, they have all kinds of machinery to counteract these trends, but you got to realize nobody's necessarily staying on top of this. The guys that maintain the racetrack, the supers, are not astute handicappers who are well attuned to path bias and running styles and stuff like that. That's not what they do. That's not how they roll. And the horsemen are remarkably oblivious to this, as are the jocks as well. I've seen horsemen bitch and complain to high heavens about inconsequential things, just ad infinitum, when if you were drawn in the 1, 2, or 3 post, you had no chance to win. No effing chance but it just never came on their radar because they were too busy bitching about inconsequential things. I've seen times when the inside was so good that if you didn't have the 1 or 2 post and you didn't have any early speed, you couldn't win. You had no business even leading your horse over to the paddock. But the horsemen just never seem to pick up on stuff like that. And if they do, they don't complain about it. They just don't wise up, and it just is not a priority to them. So you do have these prolonged periods of track biases for some of the reasons that I just mentioned. Although on the whole, I'm still going to grade them higher than I do the previous track men at Mountaineer, because this crew is largely dispensed with the old stigma of being dead rail downs at Mountaineer. And I would also mention that who was the famous track superintendent in Naira? In the wintertime, aqueduct and stuff like that would keep a fair surface when it was 10 degrees and 2 feet of snow were scraped off the track and you had frozen conditions and stuff like that. I saw him quoted one time that as little as 1/8, 1/4 of an inch difference in cushion depth could create a path bias. So it's not quite as easy to keep a fair surface as it might seem. But I would think at some point they would try to do something about this. So during the delay, 16 for 28. Totofino actually goes up from 3 to 5 to 6 to 5. Did some Sharpie see him sweated up or out of sorts on this delay in the paddock? Nah, they'll come with another salvo on him, believe me. They will come with a big time salvo. Good Lord, this horse's record is shades of Jam and Cameron, for Christ's sakes. I'm just going to come straight up and say it. Timberry Tiddler, right now 2 to 1, is the underlay of modern civilization. I don't wear a dunce cap. I will buy one and wear it for the entirety of Sunday's show if Timberry Tiddler wins his race. I'd be shocked. I really would. He's freaking 2 to 1? Get out of here. He's got to go 7 to 2 or 4 to 1 here. And Totofino's headed for 3 to 5. It just has to be. I think I did issue a couple of spoiler alerts there, guys. I was never in danger of wearing the Duns cap. There was no way Timbury Tiller, who had zero chance to win that race, should have been as low as 2-1, even when they're dragging the start and the board is showing a couple of minutes to post. It was just insanity. Absolute insanity, I tell you. Toto Fino was never in danger of losing the race any more than I was in danger of ordering that Triple X Duns cap from Amazon. I didn't even look them up, to be honest about it. Pretty obvious exacta, too. Toto Fino, who was that? Jamin Cameron, for Christ's sakes, with that win record? And that outfit does have him fit first time off the bench. I think My Two Aunt Jones is the name that I was groping for, the route horse. You got to look at these kind of things that Alicia Robillard won with off the bench. And it was a route race. So they boded well for Toto Fino's fitness first time back. He's a talented horse, you know. Toto Fino, obviously some issues. I didn't hear any claims announced because I don't have sound here in the dungeon. The exacta was just painfully obvious there. It's the classic speed, dominant speed closer combo. The speed goes out, races the competition off its collective feet, and somebody that lays back with some kind of a finish gets second. Anti-rail biases tend to punish early speed. Outright first call leaders, I think, only won like one race last night, if at all. Although speeds can still win if they're strong enough to race buffered out from the inside, go head and head and stuff like that. And a lot of aggressive turn movers can win. But outright early leaders, their win rate tends to go down when the inside's bad for obvious reasons. So when they're still able to win because they've got the right post, the right style, or Jocko's smart enough to steer them out to the ground of the racetrack, then it's almost automatic. You're going to get a closer second because you got the dominant speed that wins and races the foes off their feet, the pursuit pack. And then the closers usually come wide where the track's better to begin with. So to run second, the race shape is in favor of the closers to beat the rest of the pursuers. And the track is better out where they're likely to run anyway. So it's just so obvious. And lately, you've seen this pattern play out a few times, you know, with an on-pace horse, not necessarily a speed, but a strong horse up on the pace wins it. And then for second, here comes some kind of a wide closer. And there just wasn't much to run second there besides Christensen there. So that's kind of a bias thing for him to run second. It's also a race flow thing for him to run second. It's a lack of secondary competition thing for him to run second there. My man Todd McCullough says, your dad had had enough, quite enough, of your horse racing buffoonery. And I was something of a buffoon. You should talk, Todd. You should talk. Did anybody hear if there were any claims in there? I doubt it. 5.5 for the 7th race. I don't like this race much. I just can't get a handle on it. Never twos, fillies and mares. These are 12-5 claimers. We got so many speeds in here. Lanito on the inside. Intelligent. Never had any speed until Ginger Dempsey got her hands on Intelligent, and Barrios started to get the call. Intelligent all of a sudden got in touch with her inner speedball. Buxtitude was able to chase a really weak speed named Echo Vision and just kind of get by that one, grind by that one a deep stretch at a shorter distance. But Buxtitude is a horse that wants to whip out there and try for the lead. She's twisted. Number 4 is probably the speed of the speed here. And if she's not, then that's probably Bien Fresa, the 5 horse. So yet another front running style. So what do you really have left? She had a secret who hasn't won in years, a 7-year-old number 2 on the outside, who's going to take some bias money in the widest post here. She had a secret, and she had a secret even, was out there vying for the lead last time. Although she usually drops back, and not by design because she doesn't have that much talent. But the race is just loaded with early speed. And nobody in here that matters possesses a passing gear. Something to Say has actually been sold since that last race, since the win, over to a really obscure outfit. So that's not good. I think they're too optimistic with a recent purchase there too. Something to Say. So what do? Do we try to find the speed of the speed, or try to forecast who might get a good trip, buffered out from the inside, and maybe just a little bit behind, and all of a sudden learn to pass somebody on the fly? It seems to me too much like threading a needle, to be honest about it, guys. We can get into some of the minutiae here if you want and belabor this. It's what I do, you know. Thank you very much, my man, Chris Connors. Does it help me? The likes, I think in the logarithms, right? I think my channel pops up more on searches when people search YouTube. I got to get up to 500, I think, to make any money out of this. And at some point, I got to pay for this equipment. I just have to do it, you know? We'll take it from the inside. Lanito, who I kind of liked last time at 6-1 there. Lanito had just lost her early speed. It seemed really strange. I came closing after missing the break first time off the bench there and had a barnmate went earlier on the card as if the outfit had him ready. At the time, Lanito pulled in with a bad field. There was lacking in early opposition there on July the 27th. Still missed the break a little bit, missed a kick and still rolled up to the lead. Lanito, I don't think had a good post inside here. And Lanito is probably not as quick as a couple of these fellows. Front-running JBMs are notoriously ineffective when they come back against winners because they get a reality check when it comes to opposing speed. Intelligent, I don't know what to tell you. Never won until she learned her front run there and did so against a field that I don't know about. That was a first-time starter, I think, that ran second. A first-time starter with potential. They came back to win again. Something sweet. But if she wants to be a speedball now, and that seems to be her newfound running style, is she really fast enough to go with a couple of these? And what's the reward for that? She gets an inside trip. Buxtitude, I think the only horse in here that passed anybody to win, right? Except for Something to Say. So might be something to be said for that. Buxtitude, although Buxtitude was actually the de facto leader halfway around the turn in that 5/8 win because the leader there is woefully weak. The third finisher, Echo Vision, who turned an effective stalker. Buxtitude turned her into an effective stalker, which she really didn't want to do. She wants to be part of the early melee. She's twisted. Is she better on turf than on dirt? Even though the one was dirt, I think she might be better on grass. Her numbers were better on grass. And she showed the tenacity to keep running last time, even after she gets fronted, which is not characteristic of her. Does that mean she's turned some kind of a corner, or was that a grass thing? Because I can make a pretty good case where she is the quickest speed in here. But not even the Riv could win with her. Like 3 cracks at like 2 to 5 apiece and couldn't win with She's Twisted. So how good can she really be? And how bright could her future have been? And it sounds like I'm contradicting myself. I'm just giving point counterpoint. I'm not a tout. It's not what I do. And hopefully if I'm doing my job as a thoroughbred analyst, and I always believe this when I did the Mountaineer feed, it made a name for myself, that good analysis would entail point counterpoint on some highly regarded horses, some contenders, you know? In other words, if this horse tanks, here might be the reason that happens. If the horse wins, here's how that might have occurred. When we come back and do the recap. Most horses' forms are confusing anyways, you know, somewhat. Bien Frisa, Jerry Jem Gotchian, a friend of mine. I dig the guy. I don't think he's found his way to the dungeon yet. Jerry's not a tech guy. I wonder if he even owns a computer. But I think Jerry's in real estate or something like that. He's a wealthy man. And we were texting or something. And he was proud of Bien Frisa. He liked that claim when he dropped slip on her. But he's always looking at the pedigree when he claims a mare. Is Jerry Jem Gotchian. And likes to get him over on turf too. If they don't have any turf in their lineage, then it is unlikely that Jerry is going to drop a slip. Bien Frisa wins a maiden special weight race and beats Mia's Marie, who won last night and went after a fast foe to do it. So she's got early foot there. So Bien Frisa gets a star for me for that maiden win and then missed a kick a little bit or got bumped at the break in the off the bench try there on July the 8th. And if Bien Frisa gets topped here, well, at least she kept trying in career debut when she was fronted, did Bien Frisa. And she is pulled outside of this race's other speech where the track might be better. So we could be getting warm here in terms of the field's likeliest winner. Maybe, kind of. She wrote a post. Let's check out the comments, guys. And I'm getting favorable feedback via text, and I think in the comments too about keep it on trucking when Mahoning opens. Yeah, Kenny said we need subscribers because looking at exactas to make a chalk 3 to 5 instead of 1 to 5 is likely not going to pay for it. Yeah, it's tough to grind out money right now at the Mountain, Kenny. Although I have nailed a couple of long shots over the last couple of weeks. That Randy Bailey thing that came flying at the end of that 5H race comes to mind. Mean Tweets, right? And there was somebody else too that I bet on that paid 27-1. It was that thing of Jeff Fletcher's that won from the one post at Rada Ground. I think maybe last week or the week before. It's just not impossible. My rule of thumb, guys, is I try to avoid betting on chalks and try to beat the chalks if I can. But if I think a chalk looks extremely likely to win, then I'm going to think about it. But I'm not betting 3 to 5s or 2 to 5s and stuff like that. And I won't bet a chalk simply because the horse is the field's quote unquote likeliest, most probable winner. I got to feel like the horse is almost bulletproof before I'll take favorite odds because so many favorites plummet after the break. My man Steve Majewski says, this field is trash, I will have you know. It is lacking in stamina. And they all have the same idea, I think, Steve, my man. When I start looking at it, I can almost make the 5 the likeliest winner here. But strangely enough, I'm not the hugest Eric Reed fan in captivity. He gets a lot of talented horses that go through his hands, and they're usually here for a good time instead of a long time. And a lot of times when he loses them is when they perk up, when they wake up. He's not so much a predator at the box as he is sometimes prey. I'm not criticizing the guy. For God's sakes, he won a Kentucky Derby. And he certainly has a high hit rate of Mountaineer. Oliveros gets the call. He stays true to his school there, Eric Reed. The guy says he's been riding for years. He's been using Oliveros. When you would think a horseman of his magnitude could avail himself of somebody a little higher on the list, but Oliveros does a good job for Reed. And Jim Gotchian likes to see Oliveros in the tag because Oliveros is the turf master with a good sense of timing and guts to save ground. And Jim Gotchian's always thinking grass when he procures a thoroughbred racehorse. I would only venture in here that I think the bookends might be a little bit overbet, the both of them, 5-2 on Lanito and 4-1 on She Had a Secret. My winners boil down to She's Twisted, or more likely being Freesa. Not a race I'm enamored with, though, guys. As far as the 8th race, the race I said I do like, Mainline Cypher, is a horse that I'm going to zero in on. And a backup ticket on Classic King would not be the worst idea in the world if you were playing daily doubles. Another long delay, guys. I have no idea what that was about. That's one reason that I stayed silent there. I'm not connected to Mountain there anymore like I used to be. There was a time when there were 20 different people I could have called that were in the know there and would have told me exactly what was happening. Those days are gone, partly by my own choice because I've cut ties with virtually everybody down there. Whatever the case, that was the most probable winner. I think I doped that out beforehand and said I made it to 4 of the 5 and probably the 5. So I am alive with daily doubles. I took pretty good daily double tickets to mainly the 4-horse mainline cipher in the 8th race from number 5, winner of the 7th race, who paid 5-2, and also a backup with Classic King. I'm not a cinch, but I'm happy with my position going into the 8th race here. The 5-horse is the only member of that speed brigade, and they were all speeds, wall-to-wall speeds, who's ever shown any inclination to keep running when hooked on top or when actually fronted, and had the best post of the speeds. I think I laid this out in painstaking detail beforehand. The reason I got the Mountaineer job to begin with, just FYI, guys, was I was doing the West Virginia Derby on ESPN with Chris Lincoln. I've been on television before, never given a speech in school. I've told this story a bunch of times. And there was like a 45-minute delay to wait on the jockeys, some of the prominent riders, Pat Day and stuff like that, to arrive from the Pittsburgh airport. And I had like 40 minutes to fill on international television. And I guess I pulled it off rather nicely because I was named employee, I think, of the year, employee of the 6-month period. And that gave me the leg up to get the Mountaineer job. So there's nobody that can talk and fill time like me. But at some point, I'm all talked out in a race like that. And not much to say. Just sit back and see what's going to happen there. I thought for a minute maybe they were going to cancel. I didn't know what was going on, guys. 8th race, 6 furlongs. And this is, and yeah, I started the Mountaineer show in 2000, the year 2000. The day before the West Virginia Derby, so not much practice going into the big day there when Nancy and I commenced with a Mountaineer simulcast signal, which went forth for the first time on the day before West Virginia Derby, which would have been a Friday back in the year of our Lord 2000. So I did 25 years of live television. And that is flying without a net. There's not much filter between your brain and your mouth. In my case, that is certainly flying without a safety net on the trapeze, believe me. And I was in hot water more times than I could count. Sometime I'll tell you guys some of those stories of some of the situations I found myself in. But when you find yourself in a situation for pissing somebody off when you're doing live TV, it is never the things that you think would be controversial. I said a lot of controversial things, and I did it on purpose, intentionally, because it was my belief. And I was a hot take guy, but it was never those things that landed me in Dutch with management or with the horseman. It was always some innocuous comment that I wouldn't believe could offend somebody, or something that somebody had just straight out fabricated and put words in my mouth, something I never said. 6 furlongs for the 8th race, numbers twice in 12 months. We got 9, and they try to put forth good-sized fields for the nightcap because you have so many gimmicks in play, especially verticals on the last race. The one's a speed out-kissed and probably the quickest speed. The rail's no good. I don't think you could tow this horse 6 furlongs across the Bonneville Salt Flats. Julie's Ferrari, the win was in front and beat a bad bunch there. Julie's Ferrari just does not possess the will to pass opponents anymore. And Julie's Ferrari can't get the lead here. Number 6, Stone's Throw. When Ginger Demzik freshens them up a little bit and names Barrios, you can expect some speed. And this horse was part of the opening quarter last time at a shorter distance, Stone's Throw. And then you've got Fast Freeze Kaz, Amy Albright with a good record at Mountaineer. Fast Freeze Kaz ran some good races on fast fractions here last year. Right up vying for command, and comes back here from Penn National after chasing a 21 and change. I might fear this horse a little bit amongst the speed brigade as the widest speed, and a horse that exits a race that involved science fiction fractions. On the outside, and I'm avoiding the 2 horses I like. First time through here, Cost Basis on the outside. Cost Basis does his best running on the lead, but has a good post to get good and relaxed and play a little stock and pounce there. Cost Basis, who has won since being claimed and put up a good number, but that was in front-running fashion. And Cost Basis, I think, would have to be rated here. Used to come from behind the lead. And you can see that at the bottom of the hard copy form there closed from the back half of the field to win it, 6.5 furlongs, in fact, at Fort Erie. Lately, seems to be more in speed mode, but has a good post for this. And if the jock rides patiently, which is not part of Weatherly's DNA, then cost basis is the horse I most fear to upset my daily double apple cart, because I'm alive big time to Mainline Cipher. And then took a backup ticket with Classic King. Classic King, I don't think loves wet footing, but Classic King is a late style. And you get all this speed in this race, and they could kill each other off. And such is the stuff that long shot closing wins are made of. And something else about Classic King, I don't think he's a two-turn horse. I think he's one of those late types, the one-run sprinters that don't really want to go a distance. So the fact that his last race wasn't bad at a route of ground might point him out as a horse that's in really good form right now. Not a good horse, though. If he wins, it's situational. It's because of the race dynamics here. And then Mainline Cipher, I liked a lot and cashed a good ticket on him on June 20th there. And it was 3,200 claiming, but I think Loyal Clement, who was in there, had won 2 in a row at Mahoney or something like that, and maybe one here. So it was a decent field, and Mainline Cipher came with a stiff kick, and they liked him enough to class race him into an on-claimer. And I don't know if he wants to go a full mile. He's been okay in the long two-turn sprints at Charlestown, but as far as a bona fide distance of ground, I don't know. So I think the distance worked against him last time. Love the cutback for Mainline Cipher, and on paper, at least, I like the setup. So I like Mainline Cipher to win it. Classic King was my backup in the daily double, and the horse that I fear that could screw me out of my daily double bets is cost basis on the outside, with maybe just a little bit of honorable mention for Fast Freeze Cats. And now, a hot meal awaits me upstairs, guys. My wife actually constructed and cooked some stuffed cabbages this afternoon. A little bear's up there, and we're going to have a fine meal, late night meal, which doesn't do much for our waistline. And then maybe catch some kind of a horror movie. So it's been good getting with you guys tonight. Thanks as always for your attendance in the dungeon. Catch you Sunday at about 15 minutes to post. Mark Patterson out.